O whakataka hau ki te uru, whakataka hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai hea, ki ana te ata kura he te o he hoka, he hauhu tihei mauri ora. A te mihi tuatahi mihi ki nā atua kaharaua, ho mai o kaha, ho mai o aroha, kia mātou i tēnei wā i nā Whakatau, tēnei nā mihi i nā atua. A ka huri au taka whakaro ki nā tini aitua, ko wehe atu ki te pō, e nā mati o ia marae, o ia takiwā, i ia motu, haere, haere atura. Apti hono tātou hono, tātou kia tātou, apti hono tātou hono, rātou kia rātou. Ai e nā kānhui ora, a tēnā te mihi kia koutou, nā kai kaunihera, nā kaimahi o tēnei kaunihera, ki nā iwi o Waitaha, hara mai nei, tēnā koutou, he nā memo te hāpore e mā takitaki nei, tēnei te mihi kia koutou, nau mai hara mai ki tēnei hui o tātou, tēnā koutou. So kia ora koutou, just welcoming everyone to this, the 595th Council meeting of the Canterbury Regional Council, Environment Canterbury. Te kaunihera tai o ki Waitaha, tēnei te mihi kia koutou, welcome here. We've definitely got a quorum present. We've just got all our councillors, most of our councillors in the room, and we've got Councillor Diche and Councillor Cranwell online. So welcome everybody. And I just, before we go any further, just wanted to hand over to Councillor Sunkel to just acknowledge a few passings that we've had recently of significant members of our community, and especially in the Selwyn district. So kia ora, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just noting the passing of previous Mayor of Selwyn, Bill Woods, who was part of council for a term and then turned his mind to the community once he had left council as a councillor and the mayoralty. Always a thorn in the side of everyone, out in the community advocating for promoting, whether it was Sheffield, whether it was Hororata, where I used to butt heads with him around flooding issues. The officers of this council have butted heads with Bill, and a previous regional councillor in a previous term sitting at this table as well. So just note his passing. Incredible person who had the heart of the community right there and absolutely advocated for it, and that's without touching some of the work he's done with the environment and the trusts on Banks Peninsula, donations to land and the biodiversity projects that he passed on. So just noting Bill. And also just over the weekend, an accident taking the life of Jens Christensen. Jens was one of those early councillors that were part of that dynamic group that had a vision for Rolleston and what Rolleston could look like. And in one of the articles it notes he set a really good idea, set up iZone because it was close to a railhead and state highway. Rolleston today, both within its urban concept and its industrial parks, would not be what it is without the influence of Jens. Yes, he was a developer, he had opportunities in the building of the residential part, but an extremely influential part of what Rolleston looks like today and Greater Selwyn. So I just note the passing of those two significant people who had real input into Selwyn district. Thank you.
Kia ora, John, thank you. And also, look, let's acknowledge too, we've just had Anzac weekend as well, so of course we acknowledge all those soldiers of the past that have served for our country and of course Australia as well, and recognise that, so just acknowledging that, so kia ora. Let's move into our apologies. It's done that, got none. Conflicts of interest, are there any conflicts of interest around the table today with anything that's on the agenda? No, all good. We've got no public forums, deputations or petitions today. Are there any extraordinary or urgent business items? No. And we've got no notices of motion. So we head on down to item 7.1, which is our minutes from our previous meeting on the 26th of March. Councillor Burns, you've got a question or a comment?
Just a typo. On page 4 of those minutes, Councillor Brines, thank you.
Oh, good. We'll correct that. Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Sorry about that. Are there any other questions or comments on the minutes? If not, we've got a resolution in front of us here. Do I have a mover to confirm the minutes? Councillor Ward, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Southworth, thank you. Put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, let's go into item 8.1. That's our first report for decision. It's on page 20 of the agenda. And I'm going to call Taflin to the table. So kia ora, Taflin, Director of Communications and Engagement, to introduce this item. Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors. So essentially this paper, I will take it mostly as read, but I'll just cover a couple of the key points in it. So the purpose of this policy, just to remind councillors, is to enable councillors to make public comments, make statements in a way that will keep yourselves, the staff of the organisation, and importantly our mana whenua partner and our communities safe. So making public comment can come with risk. So essentially the policy is formalising a shared understanding of how public statements are handled in order to mitigate those risks. And that risks are outlined in the policy itself, but they can include such things as legal risk, financial risk, reputational, service delivery, and really importantly, exposure to individual harm or abuse. So it's just making sure that we're operating in a safe space, ourselves and the community. So this policy is channel agnostic. In the past, as an organisation, we've had social media policies and media policies and so on, but what we've done here is looking to combine them, and staff will have a similar looking policy, irrespective of whether council adopts this one for yourselves. That's the path that we're taking for staff, is that there'll be a single policy around public statements. This policy is a standalone policy, the way it's being presented at the moment, but it is linked to the Code of Conduct, and it's mentioned in the Code of Conduct, which is coming up as your next paper that you'll be considering this morning. And essentially what we've done is we've made it a reasonably short policy that hopefully will stand the test of a little bit of time, and then there's some guidelines and sort of guides in the back around social media and media. Now those may change over time as those particular media change. So with that, are you just happy for me to take any questions if there are any? Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, Taflin. Any questions from councillors on the paper? No? I thought we had one that might have been raised earlier on, but all good. So thanks, Taflin. If there's no questions, we'll get to our debate. Oh, you got a question, Dion? Sorry.
Sorry, I was just looking for my my notes. I just, in the practicality of it, especially in the social media space, where it's very fast moving and quite immediate, and how do you think how will this practically be implemented? Because my only concern with this is that we put these things on paper, and then social media is so fast moving that it doesn't actually really cover most of the elements that could be a possible eventuality, which means that we're just putting a policy in place that possibly isn't enforceable or really, enforceable, I suppose is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, through you, Chair. So the social media guidelines will probably help a little bit in that space, but obviously the channels within social media are changing so quickly as well, and in terms of how they work and what algorithms they're using. So in terms of trying to manage any of that, that isn't obviously in here. So this is more around the behaviours, and it's around the respect, who is responding, how you're responding, when we're responding as well, whether something is PX, and that will be down to obviously councillors' knowledge in that space. So accepting that is the area, and that's why it's still in the policy, is around the digital harmful communications, because that is an area where it's open to a reasonable amount of abuse, and hence the policy and the guidelines have got a bit of structure around when it's okay to simply shut down a conversation, to not respond to a conversation, and also then jumping into a conversation to keep people safe. And it's not just the councillors, and obviously you do receive comments that maybe aren't too pleasant, so it's giving you permission amongst yourselves to shut that sort of conversation down. Yeah, I don't know if does that answer the question sufficiently.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that policies have some meaning behind them, so that we can, if things do go wrong, that we can.
Thanks, Dion. Genevieve?
I'm not a fan of this at all, to be honest. It hasn't changed since really we had early discussions on it. It still feels a bit like a gag order, as far as I'm concerned. And what also concerns me is that there's been no legal oversight review on it. So that concerns me as well. It doesn't say it has been. No legal review required. Well, I sort of beg to differ. And so if we could have some sort of comeback or comment on that, I would really appreciate it, because having done media law myself, this doesn't sit well with me.
Yep, through you, Chair. So it has been done running in parallel with the code of conduct conversations that have been had, and making sure that it is within the remit of the councillors, and obviously not wishing at all to, just pick up on your comment there, not wishing at all to be gagging councillors. And some of the feedback that we did get from you in the workshops early on was that we were being quite restrictive, because we were erring on the side of caution and safety more than the openness and transparency of dialogue. So all this is trying to do is enable behaviours, if you like, around how do we keep people safe while keeping an open dialogue with the community and hearing community views. And it is just as much about keeping the community safe as well as keeping yourselves safe. So that was sort of the line that we were trying to land. Our legal counsel has been part of the conversations that we've had, and some of the workshops have been talking about the Code of Conduct and the Local Government Act and the Lagoima Act and so on. So,
Vicky?
Yeah, I'm sort of trying to work out how to sort of frame my question. In paragraph 7 on page 21, there's bullet points at the top, and the rationale for developing the public statement policy, we've got about ensuring that mana whenua Waitaha community council key stakeholders need to be able to rely on our information for good decision making. That's fair. Then says it's also important that they, and I think that refers to the bullet point before, that the mana whenua Waitaha community and the council key stakeholders can express views to keep them safe. I'm not quite sure how an Environment Canterbury councillor putting out some opinion makes those various groups of stakeholders and so on unsafe in responding. Like, I absolutely think councillors should always be really careful to make sure anything they say is factually correct. But of course, within the councillor role, there's also a degree of opinion. Like, it's not just all, we're not just completely objective and scientific, and in fact, even science and so on is informed by opinion, and there's some subjectivity in that. Nobody's fully objective in everything all the time, everywhere. And so I'm just, can you just, I guess I'm trying to understand how councillors who are politicians who have voted to be here, where the opportunity is for our communities who will subsequently vote for us potentially again if we stand for election, actually be able to get a sense of the person who they voted for last term. Where do they sit? What do they think? What are their opinions? I'm a bit concerned with this, that it restricts people getting to know who we are. And it seems like the get out clause almost later on is where we can't say anything that's different from Environment Canterbury's sort of statement of fact or position unless we voted against something and it's been recorded as such. And so could you just elaborate a bit on how all that thing goes, because it feels like we're sort of being restricted in our ability to communicate what we think, and also almost being pushed down a position of becoming more sort of fractured isn't quite the right word, but having to be more, really specific about the things we really disagree with and therefore vote against, rather than going, actually this is okay, but I might still have some sense of things I'm not fully supportive, but I'm okay with it, I'll vote for it. It sort of almost pushes us more to object and vote against. I'm not quite sure. Can you help me?
Yep, through you, Chair, if I may. Yeah, I mean, it's 100% not designed to prevent opinions being stated. It is around, and you pointed out section 7 in the paper itself, where it talks about sort of inaccurate or inconsistent or misleading or biased. So it's really trying to keep people safe from that kind of comment, if you like, or where a council has got a position, and if councillors or staff or actually any member of the community is then misrepresenting a position from council, that can cause issues around decision making and service delivery and reputation and things like that. But it is absolutely not about constraining opinion, and in fact I had hoped that we'd captured it in the front end of the policy, that it is about enabling dialogue, but in a safe way. So in terms of making sure that we are providing the right information for you to have good conversations and things like that. So and it is more between yourselves in terms of whether it's you're, if you like, holding each other to account, that you are talking about council policy when one has been stated. And some of the other provisions in it are more around caution, that obviously what you don't want to do is exclude yourself from a future decision, but that's a discretionary piece for councillors to work through, around that caution about how far you go with a particular opinion or comment.
Thanks, Taff. No, I think there's a few other questions, but just let's be careful that we don't start getting into the debate. So let's ask a clear question. If not, let's get to the debate about it. So, Ian.
Yeah, thank you, Craig. I've got concerns about what you're trying to do, and the link, and the fact that it's linked to our code of conduct, and what you just said is when somebody expresses an opinion, if it's considered misleading, and so then you have a code of conduct initiated by the councillors against that person, really because they disagree with the opinion that has been stated. How is this helping free and open discussion amongst councillors? I mean, what is the purpose of adopting a public statement policy, which all it's going to do is I suspect it is going to gag the discussion, because otherwise you're going to have a myriad of codes of conducts. Well, how are you going to stop this process of a whole lot of codes of conduct about somebody saying something that somebody else disagrees with?
Jeff can answer that one, because it's more about the only people that can make a code of conduct complaint are councillors.
Yeah. But that's my point. You're saying here that you can't make statements which might be misleading, but misleading is an objective, not a subjective discussion.
Well, that's for all of us,
especially against politicians. Yeah. And so, if the majority of councillors just disagree with, let's say, Nook because he said something about Littleton, and he said it publicly, and we take a code of conduct against him, why is that achieving the purpose of free speech? Yeah. I don't understand.
So that can happen anyway, right now. So I think my perspective is this provides a little bit of guidance to us, a little bit of clarity. It also helps the organisation. So, yeah, I think it's got some good things in here. It might not be perfect, but it's a good start. So, anyway, Dion, we'll get to that in the debate, though.
Taff, what you said just before around opinion and not wanting to stop opinion, and I'm going to look at Councillor Burns. In the policy, you've got you want us to approach you for, say, letters to the editor. Now, Councillor Burns' letters to the editor sometimes really make my sort of eyebrows rise, but it's his right and it's his perspective, and I don't want to be able to stop that necessarily from happening. But the way this is just from what you said before, now reading that and knowing how Councillor Burns engages in the media in that way, I don't want to stop that, but I feel like this policy would make it easy to weaponise what he does against him.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the intention that it would make it easy to weaponise, but I think picking up the chair's point, I mean, it's to hold yourselves to account in that space. I mean, if you felt as councillors that there was something that wasn't okay in what was done, that would be up to you to pick it up, and you would have the policy as guidelines. If you felt that it was absolutely fine, then there would be no reason why you would take that any further than amongst yourselves.
I think we just need to put this on the table. If you've got reservations or concerns about the policy, then you don't have to support it. Let's just put it to the debate. Have we got a mover for the resolution, and that we can bring that up on the screen now? Yeah, you'll move that, Peter. Thank you. Do we have a seconder for the resolution? Councillor Davies, thank you. Would you like to speak, Councillor Scott, to open the debate?
Yeah, I would. I think this is pretty straightforward for us and gives us some guidelines to operate within. And I think people are looking too deeply into these things and seeing themselves not being able to do things. Now, that is not right. We need guidance on this, especially new councils need guidance on this and how they should and shouldn't perform. And I think that's all it is. It's just a guidance. It's not a policy. You're not going to get hung on this. Councils do what they want to do anyway, but this gives us some sort of lines that we should colour within, if you like, as we go about our business. Thank you.
Councillor Davies?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Councillor Scott around the key being the guidance, because the document acknowledges like a process for handling media, but the language actually recognises that councillors will sometimes manage their own relations with the community and media directly. Page 6 of the policy indicates if a councillor is approached directly by the media, the ideal process is outlined, but crucially, this remains guidance. It's not an enforceable rule, and there's no real guidance around if a councillor proactively engages with the media, which we do. I did raise through the workshops, I would have preferred to have seen some language in there that more explicitly acknowledges that the media authority comes through the political authority of the chair and council, but I'm content with the current policy providing the guidance and also the governance principles. So I will support this adoption today.
Thanks, Joe. Ian? Put your hands up if you do want to speak at all.
Well, just a question, then I'll make a comment. The first question is, given that the Code of Conduct needs a 75% rate of approval, and this is linked to Code of Conduct, effectively it's an addendum to the Code of Conduct, does it need a 75% approval?
No, we've been through that, and this policy is a policy. It's not the Code of Conduct, so it can just be through a majority. Okay. But the Code of Conduct is the thing that needs the supermajority.
I mean, I disagree with the mover and seconder. I think this is clearly going to create more complications because it adds a large grey area as to what you're not allowed to do without giving any clarity and linking it back to the Code of Conduct. And so the issue is that the council is going to be bogged down by its own stupidity if it passes this.
Greg.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. I won't be supporting this. I can assure Councillor Swiggs he doesn't need to worry and can sleep soundly in his bed knowing that I will continue to use the letters to the editor forum where I see an opportunity for that. I don't feel comfortable with this being a policy setting aside where there are potential ramifications through a code of conduct. I get the bit about keeping people safe. I had to keep some people safe this week on my Facebook profile where incidentally it was someone who stood in the last election, rather than critiquing what I had said or what I'd posted, had a shot at me and then a number of other people. So it was easy to safeguard people. I just simply blocked the person from being. As I've said in the workshops all the way through too, I'm happy to be the case study for any breaches because I'm sure that the way that this is written, I will be regularly in breach of some of these recommendations, and I do note that it is the majority of the time recommendations. The bit about opinions, and it was slightly touched on in the preamble of the question by Councillor Southworth. We're coming up to an election, and let's not forget in our 150 words when we put ourselves up, we have to let the community who don't know us know what we stand for, and in some cases we need to be very, very clear about that. The things that are important to me are extremely important to me, to the point that I did stand, and that doesn't mean that I haven't got any preconceived idea by the time I get to the table, but it generally gives an idea of where I'm likely to head as far as the voting goes. Of course, I can be swayed, but I think if you don't stand for something, you stand for nothing. And just when you go through, there are a number of things in here that I think, I support that. I think Peter had said there are some things in here that are quite good, but again, I just feel that given this organisation has been through, on a number of occasions, with that veil of secrecy where he pull down a roller door and try and pretend that nothing's happening in the media. And if we say nothing, it'll go away. And clearly that is not the way to go. I will reinforce that anybody out there who wants an opinion from Greg Burns will always get one. I have, I think, on one occasion actually contacted our director to go, I'm not so sure about this because I don't really know. And in that case, I think also one of them I rang to say, I have been asked to give an opinion on this. You might need to know that this opinion is being asked for. So, again, I won't be supporting this. Thank you. Kia ora.
Grant?
Yeah, look, I have some concerns about this too. I have some prepared notes which I'll read out. No, for all the good intentions of this, its lists of do's and don'ts of this policy, in my view, give more of an organisational perspective on how we should behave when interacting with the media and the public. For me, this policy document potentially impinges on my right as an elected representative to freely make public comment and offer opinions on anything that this organisation deals with, whether that be an operational matter of concern to the public, a strategic issue, or a policy development issue. The policy reads like, for me, a synopsis from George Orwell's book 1984, where the slogan, "Big Brother is watching you," was used to describe constant surveillance of ideological purity of characters in the book. The book used new words like Ministry of Truth, thought crime, thought police, newspeak, and had this disturbing element of constant propaganda and limiting freedom of expression of the community. I realise that observation is probably a bit extreme, but I just wanted to make a point. Councillors are not inferior beings whose ideas and opinions do not matter. We are intelligent and have the conviction to recognise and assert our political power and judgment as per the oath that we commit to on how we communicate as representatives of constituencies and the people of Canterbury. This policy is too risk adverse. If something I say requires correction or further elaboration, then so be it. I'm highly unlikely to say something stupid or something that might denigrate another councillor or the organisation. But the ability to challenge others in the organisation is my prerogative and provides the public with confidence in my independent integrity. It is my responsibility if I wish to speak to media without being aligned to the organisation's view on things. However, correspondingly, if I choose to seek staff advice before commenting, then that's my prerogative too. Councillors must act in the public interest, seem to be trustworthy. And we, of course, must be respectful to the regional council portfolio leads. However, in my opinion, a separate policy document is not required. And I'd like to see a simplified version of the content of this policy incorporated back into the Code of Conduct, where it was originally an appendix guideline. After all, if a councillor is accused of breaching this policy, it's referred back to the Code of Conduct, as Councillor Mackenzie said, process anyway. I advocated for this during the drafting stage. So I cannot support this policy, and nor can I support the guidelines attached to it. In my view, this needs a rethink. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Grant. Now, I do have quite a few other councillors that wish to speak, but I'm wondering if it's worthwhile doing that or whether you just should go to the vote. Because unless there's anyone who's going to, because we had 3 against right now, we had 2 at the start. If there's any others that want to speak for it, that'd be fine. But other than that, I think we should just put it to the vote. Yep.
When we read through the comments and rationale for this, there's that statement that if you voted against it, you can then speak in the media. But all of a sudden, we got 3 against. Those that may have an issue can't get a say and might just have a binary yes/no answer. So again, I just challenged by the opportunity to speak to, as opposed to going yes or no or some rationale.
I just don't know if it's worthwhile us just going over this. We've had 2 or 3 workshops on this. I am actually quite intrigued by it all. But look, I agree with Peter and Joe. I think we might be thinking a bit too far into this, but I respect people's opinions. But look, I don't think we've got more important issues to deal with personally. I think we should get through this. We've got multiple other issues to deal with today. I think we should just put it to the vote. If it doesn't pass, fine. That's all good. We're just mature enough to just move on and get on with it. So I just think we should put it to the vote. So I'm happy to do that now. All those in favour of this? Yep, that's fine. Let's go with that. Let's give us a moment. There you go, Chair.
Councillor Scott.
With the microphone on.
Yeah, microphones, please.
I support this.
Councillor East.
Push your button, bro.
Against.
Chair Pauling.
I'm for.
Deputy Chair Swiggs.
For.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Sunkel.
Against.
Councillor Burns.
Against.
Councillor Cranwell.
For.
Councillor Mackay.
For.
Councillor Diche.
Against.
Councillor Southworth.
Against.
Councillor Robinson.
Against.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Against.
Councillor Edge.
Against.
Councillor Ward.
Against.
Councillor Karako.
Cole. Against.
Just wasted 3.
Okay, the resolution failed 10-6. Thank you. Let's move on to our next item, 8.2, and that's our code of conduct. Lisa, going to ask Lisa to come to the table. Lisa Goodman, our General Manager of Governance. Welcome up. Okay, Lisa, thank you.
Tēnā koutou. In front of you, you have a report seeking adoption of a new code of conduct for councillors that would replace your current code of conduct that was adopted back in 2021. Very quickly, the report discusses a sequence of events in the last couple of years. The LGNZ has released a new template back in 22. And this council has had 5 workshops to discuss that new LGNZ template and reflect on what changes you would like to that template. And what you see in front of you today in terms of the attachment to this report, the draft put up for adoption for you, is a draft that staff have endeavoured to take into account all of the issues raised, concerns raised at these workshops. And I do want to stress probably the point in paragraph 7 of this report. This code is yours. You need to feel you have ownership and this code is relevant to you. And that's the only point I'll highlight at this stage.
Thanks, Lisa. Any questions from councillors? Yeah, Grant.
My question was really seeking clarification. There seems to me to be a bit of ambiguity between page 50 of our agenda, the item beginning with selecting an initial assessor, and comparing that with on page 52, selecting an independent investigator, and under the selecting of an independent investigator, it says that the list that's referred to of independent investigators, that list will be approved by council. However, the same clause isn't included in the section of selecting the initial assessor, which my feeling is that they probably should be both the same. I wonder if you could just clarify that for me.
Well, it wasn't intentional for them to be different. The LGNZ template originally had the chief executive selecting the independent investigator or assessor. And councillors have asked that the list, that you see the list and that you approve the list. And in the workshop discussions that we've had, we have indicated that we'll be if this code of conduct is adopted today, staff will develop an administrative guide that will capture some of those elements raised in the workshops, such as additional support for both parties to a complaint. And this guide will include the list of potential investigators. So certainly we could mention that list in the first paragraph you refer to on page 50 under selecting an initial assessor.
Yeah, I think Grant's probably raising a good point that I think they are meant to be the same. So it's probably that we've mentioned it on page 52, but it probably does relate to 50 as well. So it's the same group of people that would be selected from for the initial assessment. So we just might have to tidy that up, but we could do that with a minor amendment if we pass it, because the chief executive can make those minor amendments to it. And I think that's just a tidying up piece, because I think it is one and the same list, isn't it, that we're talking about. So thank you.
Could that be conveyed just as a secretarial note?
Yeah, I'm sure we can do that.
For the city. Thank you.
Yep. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 40, councillors' commitments. I have great difficulty in bringing together point 8 and point 9, where point 9 states that in PX or information we're provided, we cannot disclose to anyone outside, which I agree with, which is fair enough. But I struggle with point 8, where there is an expectation that we cannot have a PX conversation with constituents or others, and that any information we have in that conversation must be relayed back to council. So for me, a real challenge in how do we juggle that? On one hand, we can't say anything because we're in PX, but we cannot have a PX conversation. So just a comment or a thought on the rationale that sits there.
This is on page 40.
Page 40, items, points 8 and 9.
The councillor's commitment.
Councillor's commitment, where we commit to having open conversations, and anything that we converse with in the community has to come back, but anything we converse with under PX in this building cannot go out. I struggle to balance the two.
I suppose I'm struggling a little bit, John, because I thought we would know what that means, like when you get something that's confidential.
I know what we get, confidential. So within the building, yes, I've got no problem. I have no problem with operating in PX. That's fine. The issue isn't that. The issue is that I effectively cannot have a PX conversation with a constituent on an issue because we state that I must bring that back to the organisation because it's relevant to the organisation. So it's kind of like two different rules, one for us and one for us having a conversation with our constituents.
Yep, there you go, Lisa.
I'm not sure if this directly answers your question, Councillor, but just for further information. So this is effectively, this list of commitments is a summary of the key points. So number 8, sharing the information received. The top of page 46, we've got a whole couple of paragraphs relating to that point. They've been pretty much taken from the original LGNZ template. Yeah. And number 9 as well, that's also addressed on page 12 under that heading with a few paragraphs. So to expand on what's actually meant by those points under the list of commitments.
I understand what's meant, and I have no issue with point 9 of information going out that's under PX or gained in a manner. I guess it's almost the opposite when we're talking to a constituent, that we have to bring that information back to the organisation. So that's.
I mean, I don't think it's all a judgment call, isn't it, John? When we're in those roles, working with our community, I suppose there's a few key words in that sentence about being pertinent. That's a judgment call on us, that we have to make that judgment to say, is that pertinent to the council performing its statutory duties? You bring it if you think it's important and you think this place can help that situation. If it can't, then it doesn't have to be shared. There's no onus on in this code of conduct that you have to share every conversation that you have with every single person in the world. I think it's a judgment call. So, and ultimately the judges of how we behave is each other. So that's what the whole point of a code of conduct is. So anyway, all good.
Can I challenge you on that? Because if it's specific...
Well, we're not in the debate. We could get to the debate.
No,
it's meant to be question time.
It's part of the question. I think it's an important part of the question that John has asked. But it's not the way it's outlined in here. It's not a judgment call as to whether or not you should share the information. It says you should share the information if it's pertinent, especially to the regulatory functions of this council. Which means if you discover something that's illegal going on, you'll be obliged under the code of conduct to report it to this council. And I'm not sure that is something that necessarily will sit with all of us that well.
I would have thought it would be, but anyway, that's all good. Have we got any other questions? Sorry, I know there's some hands up. Claire, you had your hands up earlier on.
Sorry, I was just going back to the first question, and I'm just trying to find it again now. Around Councillor Edge's question 50, I think it was, wasn't it? I just can get myself there. I think we have to just be a bit careful if we change the paragraph, because at the bottom of seeking an initial assessor, we've got the initial assessor will be a person or a position that is independent of the council's political governance. The list of independent people that we're looking to hear is going to be signed off by council, so there seems to be a little bit of tension there in my view, how we deal with that, because that is a political decision.
The sentence was intended to reflect the basis on which that initial list of investigators would be prepared and submitted to council for approval. So the initial list that staff would put together would be based on that criteria, if you like.
I think it's all intended to help the process for those that have been involved in a code of conduct or managing the code of conduct process. What's set out in this document, in my opinion, is a lot better than what the previous one is. It provides a lot more support and guidance for both normally the chair, who has to adjudicate the matters, and the chief executive that has to be involved as well. So I think it's designed to help all of us. The list is there to help the chief executive be able to make a quick decision and get on with the process, but it gives us some comfort of the range of people that are involved on that list. That's the intention, I think, of why we wrote it the way we did. But get your point, we have a role in that, but we've all got a role in it, so it should be equal, yeah.
They've intimated that they will be doing a code of conduct in the near future. Is this premature? I guess that's my question. Or has that been taken into consideration? Kia ora.
Well, at the last 2 workshops, we've provided councillors with the code to a council meeting for adoption. So it really is up to you as a council, whether you want to change your current code of conduct now, or whether you want to wait for a standardised code for the entire local government sector.
Yeah, Grant.
Just a query for clarification. Page 54, the right of appeal, is suggesting that there's no appeal right is included in the Code of Conduct. How does that tie in with a natural justice?
If through you, Chair, if I could ask our General Counsel to join the table, I will note that provision is in the LGNZ template and our current code as well. So, but in terms of its relation to natural justice, I wonder if our General Counsel could make a comment.
I guess my question would be, who would you appeal to? Would it be because if you're going back to the same body, you're seeking to relitigate again, I guess. So we need to have some finality to the process. So there isn't an appeal right here in present. Yeah, I guess the Ombudsman who looks at as for every decision, whether it was reasonable. We can add that specifically into the code if that would be of assistance.
Yeah. And it's just understanding the whole process, Grant, because ultimately at the end of all of this, if you go through the initial assessment and then you go through, if it requires to go to an investigation, then ultimately it comes back to council anyway to make the final call. So I think what Robin's saying is there is no other body to go to if this whole council or your whole council makes a final determination. So otherwise it will just go on and on and on. So I think it's slightly different. It's not a normal judicial process, and I think natural justice is contained within the processes outlined in this Code of Conduct. It's trying to be fair and open and transparent, which is actually better than the current Code of Conduct if you've compared the two.
Just saying that, I mean, on the same clause, the second paragraph there talks about what happens if there is disagreement, even though there might be a right of appeal. And if the decision is not, if the members are unhappy with that decision, they can go for a judicial review or seek advice from the Ombudsman Office. So there is an appeal process. So why say no right of appeal when the next paragraph down says there is?
Stand corrected then. There is a right of appeal in the code that we're adhere to.
It's the cost implications of not being able to, or to appeal or not to appeal.
Well, I think the difference is there's no right of appeal to the council. There is to an external body. So that's the difference. Probably why it's there's no right of appeal within the council, but there is. You can go and seek some further advice beyond the council. So that I think that's why it's written the way it is. And remember, we take a lot of this guidance from the LGNZ template. And I'll remind everyone, we have had 5 workshops on this. Anyway, I've got Genevieve, I think, and then Nook.
Just a comment to you, Lisa, well, just clarification. You talked about guidelines that will come at a later date, or are you referring to the policy for investigating? Are they two separate things?
During the discussions, the workshop discussions, a number of issues were raised and whether or not, there was discussion about whether these issues needed to be included in the streamlined Code of Conduct or not. So staff have suggested at the last couple of workshops that there be an administrative guide to capture some of those issues. So those issues included what support could be provided through a process to both parties to a complaint, whether or not the issue of tikanga should be considered during a investigation process, and the list of independent investigators can also go in there, as well as some of the material from the original LGNZ template. There were lots of case studies. So the idea was to package all that up in a pretty short, simple administrative guide, and the intent is if this Code of Conduct is adopted by council today, then staff will get on and develop that very quickly.
Just to add on to that, from the information that I have, I've had a good look at that too, and it's recommended elsewhere that they should be part of the same document to have standing, especially tikanga Māori guidelines. They should be actually totally embedded within the document itself, as are all the other requirements that you mentioned. Otherwise, they don't, saying that developing it may come in 5 months' time, standalone document without that is not missing the absolute foundations of what it should be. That's just, I just wondering if that part of it had legal oversight and comment. Sorry, Robin, I just would appreciate your help on that if it's good.
Through the chair, that there is nothing in the Local Government Act that sets out that you must have all your guides in the code. The Local Government Act, I think it's in the introduction, is it, of the code. So there's a requirement to have your code, and it's to set out your expectations and behaviours of each other. I don't think it's too much more prescriptive, is it, on that?
Yep. No.
Kia ora. Look, I tautoko what Councillor Robinson is saying, even though it's not specifically in the Local Government Act, but we are actually deemed to be a progressive council, particularly within this whole mana whenua, tangata whenua relationship. I believe that it should be actually embedded in there, because then it actually creates an example to others as to how we are continuing on this journey of acknowledgement and working together. That's the first thing. The other thing is that I believe that with this also, because when we look at codes of conduct under tikanga Māori, that kind of thing, there are things that I actually have a lot of empathy for with some of my council colleagues who actually are consistent in their views about certain practices that we actually have in this council. And so it's more around a protection for them as well, is that if they're consistent, well, then it shouldn't be looked on as being biased, racialist or something like that, because it's about that. But anyway, and around that, that means that in this one, there is a kind of a tikanga, situation going on. So it'd be really good to have acknowledge that it's looked at on both sides. Anyway.
There you go, David.
At the previous workshop, you'll recall there was a slide specifically with regard to tikanga Māori, and the discussion we took from the councillors was that you were reluctant to codify a specific tikanga and set that out in the code, because context is important for situations as they arise. So hence why we took that the action was it would be better provided for in the administrative guide, so that facilitating a tikanga Māori process was enabled, but it was developed in a way that was specific to the context of whatever the complaint or issue was that had arisen. It becomes the question of, well, whose tikanga do we codify, and that becomes a much bigger piece of work.
Yeah, where you go, Nick?
Well, I make the point then, because as soon as you mention codify, it's like weaponising something. Basically, it could be a guideline or whatever. But, I mean, you're talking more around specifics. I was more around like a general overview.
There's a few places in the document that really does, we've actually got on page 44 about upholding Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the Council's 2-year agreement. There's a number of places that alludes to the behaviour that we're looking for here. And remember, the Code of Conduct's partly about those things that we commit to as councillors, but also partly to help the processing of when that may fall out of line. And I think that's really important. So it's not you can't have everything in here. But what I've tried to stress to everyone over the time as someone who's had to run a code of conduct process, that this provides a lot better process, in my opinion, than the current code. It provides an initial assessment, which isn't possible under the current code. Well, it's a whole lot harder. And then things like the administrative guide will be able to help those that have to be involved in those processes to do it the best it can be. So, yeah, I know that we're focusing on lots of issues here, but actually, if you've been involved in these processes, my opinion and my support is that this is better than what we currently have. But it's not perfect. None of them will be, and the government may choose to do a better process in the future. If you want to wait for that, that's up to you. But I'd rather make our own decision here about how we do it. So I'm pretty keen to, unless there's any other questions, because people are getting on with the debate.
My apologies, I should have made this observation in my introduction. As the public statement policy wasn't adopted, we'll need to delete the links to the policy in the code.
Yeah, and I think that's easy enough to do
minor
as a minor amendment, like as well as Councillor Edge's comments earlier on. We can note that at the end, and that those things get changed if this passes with a supermajority. So keen to move to the putting this to the council. Thanks for all answering the questions. I'm happy to move this, and as I've said, you're happy to second it, Councillor Burns, so I'll speak to it at the start. Like I've said, I've been keen to see this process through, and I really acknowledge the staff that have been involved in working through the LGNZ templates. I'll note that you want to speak, Genevieve. That... What's that?
I'm just saying my amendment is there, number 4.
Yeah, so you sent through an amendment earlier on. The thing, when I've seen your amendment, it's sort of if it fails, is that correct? Because you're saying that, I've seen the email that came through earlier on that you were saying
No,
that...
it's not if it fails, it's instead of.
Instead of, yeah. So
it's
that's...
a replacement.
Yeah, so instead of the whole lot. Yeah, okay, well, that's different. I think we should put this, if it fails, then there's probably no need to do your one. What's that?
Sorry, once this is moved and seconded, and then you come to the debate, Councillor Robinson can put her amendment, and then you have to take that amendment, and we have to... I think that's how the standing orders
Okay,
work.
cool. So we'll get to that in a moment, Genevieve. All good? So yeah, as I said, I think this process in here is actually better than the current code of conduct we had. That's why I was keen to help us get to that point, because it helps the process be managed a whole lot better. Like I said, with the initial assessment framework that's in here on page 50, it allows that process to happen before it needs to get too elevated between the parties of a code of conduct process. And then it obviously has the dispute resolution part in it, the referral to the chair, and the independent investigation if you need to go that far, and then ultimately that coming back to councillors or the council to decide on courses of action. So I really support what's in here. It's not perfect, and like I said, there might be something that comes along in the future, but I think we should make the decision. This is our code of conduct, so I really support it. Councillor Burns, do you want to speak now?
Yeah, I will, and I'll keep it very brief. Initially, over the weekend, I'd intended to actually not support this, but I, just listening to some of the questions now, obviously as seconding it as well, I definitely will be. I do want to acknowledge the staff. This is that classic example of herding cats to come up with something that's going to, have something in it that everyone can support. I've thought about we're fortunate in some of the unfortunate circumstances of our previous city councillors who both went through codes of conducts when they were with Christchurch City, and I've spoken to them both about that, or they've both given me their opinions on the process that occurred in that. So for me, I agree with what our chair's just said. This, I think, gives some security and safeguard to a good codified code for us to operate with. So I will definitely be supporting it. The only other thing I would add is I'm convinced now, obviously, the fact that the government have intimated that they will be possibly making some sort of general code later on, or giving us advice on that. I had also thought about how close it is to the next trimester and whether or not it was worth delaying, but I think we've delayed so many things in this term that we actually do need to get something down, and hence me supporting. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. Councillor East.
Just two things really. One, picking up on Councillor Burns' notice of the potential of a government initiated code of conduct, and I'm quite interested in where that may pan out. Secondly, as one who has expressed opinions, particularly around Treaty of Waitangi issues, I feel a little uncomfortable with Part 1, Number 6, where we are to operate in a manner that recognises and respects the significance of the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi and Tuia Agreement. I've never, to my knowledge, seen any what's the word I'm looking for, agreement on what the divisive subject amongst the country now, and I think that the attitude, well, not the attitude, the position that's been taken in the last 30 years on the interpretation of the three articles of the Treaty of Waitangi leads to quite a lot of debate as to where we actually sit on that. This document does not actually codify the approach to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi that this council is taking, and I have some concern around that. I've take some comfort probably in item 7 of Part 1, where expression needs to be noted as a personal opinion. So I've always been quite explicit in making sure that my expressions around this subject are my personal opinion. However, I find this particular area one of some concern to me, and I don't think it's quite set out how I would feel comfortable with it. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to vote against the adoption of this code of conduct.
Thank you, Councillor East. Just before we move any further, I wanted to go back to your, what is it? The foreshadowed amendment, Genevieve, because I believe that it's like a direct negative to the adoption of what we've got in front of us. So I don't think it can be put. That's my opinion, but I'm happy to get some legal support on that, because you can't do a direct negative to the current resolutions, because there's really no, if this fails, then it's your opinion and other people's entitlement to vote against this. Then there's no need for your resolution, because that's already there. And it's a direct negative to this. It's not as if it's saying an amendment to make this better. It's saying shouldn't amend it and only amend any further amendments of the 2021 version, which is not the version we have in front of us today, should be done in a different way. So, yep.
Can I put the reasons why I think there needs to be an amendment?
Yep. Well, what I'd like to do is just go talk to legal counsel about whether we can put it, because it's a direct negative. Our standing orders are clear that you can't do that.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah. So I'll adjourn and get that sorted. We'll restart the meeting. If Dion's keen to come back there. So just with the advice from legal counsel that it is a direct negative, because if this fails, then effectively the amendment that Genevieve's put forward is in effect what would happen. So there's no need to put it. It makes a few points which you can make in the debate, so you should do that. But it doesn't add to what we're looking at here, because we're trying to adopt a new code of conduct, not go back to 2021 version. But if it fails, we're back at the 2021 version, and the next council, or if we wanted to have another go at this, which I wouldn't think there'd be appetite for, the next council will deal with it anyway, and it will take into account whatever the government does going forward. So that's the ultimate decision people need to make in this debate and with this decision. So it achieves what you are putting forward anyway. So would you like to speak to this debate? Yep. Okay, where you go.
Thanks for that clarification. I guess in contrast to Councillor Burns, in light of recent pausing, government has suggested already a national standard for codes of conduct for all councils, probably by the end of the year. The Local Government Act also recommends that a council reviews or replaces a code of conduct as soon as practicable after the commencement of a new council, not at the end of a triennium. To review is one thing. To change or repeal, then adopt a new code of conduct is another. Although I believe there is definite reason to make some very needed changes to our current document, I do not believe that this is for this council at this time. There's no doubt that a code of conduct can be beneficial for ensuring transparency and fairness, but it also presents risk. Specifically, it can be very difficult to define and manage non-pecuniary conflicts, potentially leading to overly broad rules and a perception of bias even when none exists, potentially damaging the public trust in local government. Conflicts, aside from pecuniary interests, are more subjective and difficult to define, and there is real potential for conflict rules to be too broad and managed too far, to the point it can hinder a debate or a council's ability to effectively act on behalf of communities. Determining whether a non-pecuniary conflict has led to an actual bias can be very difficult to prove, leading to legal challenges and disputes at the table, which is included in a councillor-led code of conduct complaint and can effectively be a political game of tennis with a very hefty price tag to match. There is also the potential for a straight-out abuse of the rules based on differences of opinion, differences in personality, rather than addressing the actual conflicts in the room. Considering officers of council also plan to prepare a public statement policy, and I know we've decided not to go down that route, I would also hope that the same duty of candour as any elected members is taken by the organisation to reflect the same. To look at pecuniary conflicts of interest and make it available. And that's something I've been asking for a very long time, because I'm sorry, but organisational characters in the building can have direct influence in decision making. And so I ask that both are put together at the same time as a code of conduct for all at this council. I wanted to be able to delay this so that we can actually have a new council that looks at a code of conduct for their own purpose, not for the remainder 5 months of ours. Thank you.
Or any more people wishing to speak to this? Claire? Yep.
Thank you very much, through you, Chair. I'm going to support this. I think this code of conduct is a considerable improvement on the current code of conduct that we've actually got. And I certainly acknowledge that it's not perfect. And look forward to the guidelines that staff are talking about providing to us, but also perhaps some amendments. I think I'd just like to remind, and I think it was you, Chair Pauline, that in moving this, talked about 5 workshops that we've had, and I think the first ones were in November 2023 from my recollection. So we did actually start having that conversation pretty early on in our triennium. It is unfortunate that it has taken us this long to get to where we are, and I guess that does mean that we've actually taken the time to actually dig into some of these details and try and get some improvements that we as a council table want. So, while I acknowledge that it's not perfect in every perspective, I think it's certainly far better than what we've got currently, and I'll be supporting it.
Thanks. Dion.
Kia ora, Chair. I'll be supporting the Code of Conduct today. I am disappointed that it's taken so long to get it to the stage that we've got it today. We've been dealing with this for years. Really, we have been dealing with this for 2 years. And we've got it to this stage today. We've just got to get on with it. In terms of a comment, and I really want to make this comment, I only pause things when the law changes. I'm not going to make resolutions around this table when a law change makes it illegal to do the work that we were going to do. So I'm not going to pause today. I want to get forward. As the last speaker has said, this is not perfect. I have issues with this Code of Conduct, the wording, because I think there is potential for administrative burden within the Code of Conduct. That is a concern for me. I don't want to see codes of conducts or rules or regulations made for the sake of making rules and regulations. A really good saying for me that I wrote, that I was thinking about, for me the problem is that we're trying sometimes to regulate political discourse. That potentially has implications for me because I quite enjoy listening to political discourse. So I think we need to have a very fine line about political discourse and not trying to regulate that through codes of conduct. For me, the reason that I will support it, the big reason that I'll support this, is this new code of conduct makes it a lot harder to weaponise a code of conduct against elected members. Weaponising codes of conduct in certain circumstances is a very damaging thing to happen to people. And we've taken a long time to go through that, and I thank the staff for listening to those issues that we've raised, so that has been identified, and that is through the initial stages, as if there is a complaint made and there's the initial assessors and those other things through this code. And for that reason, I'd be supporting it. But my guess is that through the Local Government Amendment Act, and that's coming up within the next 2-3 months, and that'll be going through the select committee process as we're going through our elections, we'll have the standard code of conduct in it, and by the time that we get to this next council, we'll have a standard code of conduct throughout the country, and I think it will be a lot less in it, and a lot more open for a potential abuse as well. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thanks, Dion. Peter.
Yeah, just very quickly, because I think this is a good document that we've come up with, and we've taken a long time to do that. Having been a part of this from the start, one of the intentions was that we would reflect that councillors needed more support around going through processes, and we've had a couple of examples early on in this triennium about councillors that didn't feel supported, and we tried to do something about that and provide some advocacy. I think also with this document, as with the previous document that failed to get through here, that we're being very, very precious and pedantic about our views on these things. These councils need these documents. They need these documents so there's a sameness and there's a one truth that comes out of the organisation, and that we don't let every individual have a say. I'm talking about the last one rather than this one. But I support this, Chair, and well done to you in terms of the work that you'll put into this, because I know you put a lot of work into it, so thank you.
Thanks, Peter. No.
Kia ora tātou. I'm going to support this this document. All the acknowledgements have been done, particularly to our staff, our chair. The thing about this document is that, and I'm like the rest of them. It's not. There are things in there that, in some ways, I don't agree with, but the majority of them I do. And I also, it then, because it enhances our work, then it promotes a culture of respect and integrity within this document. I think the other part of it is that there is, and I was always interested about the enforcement of this document. So it's not a toothless kind of thing, and it's actually well documented about how the decisions are actually enforced in it. I just want to acknowledge Councillor Robinson. It was an interesting amendment in that we are actually being very proactive as to the mana that this table holds, and then also what we're doing actually is this is the kawa actually that we adhere to as to being mana enhancing, put it that way. So let's not wait to the next triennium. It's been a long time coming, so completely tautoko this document, which I hope the rest of my colleagues find that they can do the same thing. Kia ora.
Thanks, Nick. Grant?
Yeah, look, it is an improvement on the previous one, but I'm not going to support it. Really from the reasons that there is going to be a standard government code of conduct coming out very shortly. We have a new council coming in, and I think the benefit of this, the work that's been done to date, can certainly be used and treated as a good draft, but there are clearly some issues within it that need resolution, and we have an undeveloped administrative document as well, which needs to go with this. So there's still work to be done. And I really think that it's we want to go get that done before we have something that's not quite right on several fronts. So yeah, I'm not going to support.
Nick?
Yeah, I won't talk for too long, but firstly I'd just like to acknowledge all the work that's been done by our staff and by our chairman. Yes, we'll be supporting the motion today we have in front of us. It's, as other councillors alluded to, it's not perfect, but no document ever is, and you can spend a lot of time trying to refine things to the nth degree, but this is better than what we've had. And I just would like say that I know it is a little bit late in the triennium, but we need to move on.
Oh, thanks, Nick. Councillor Cramwell, Yane?
Ohayou gozaimasu, konnichiwa. Nei te mea te kia koutou.
Maybe your connection. Are you still there, Yane?
I tautoko au tēnei, me te mea ki runga te whārangi whātikau. I really support this paper done by LGNZ. The base Mihi with the code of conduct from local government New Zealand. I really like what's on page 40, councillor commitment, and I really like what says in section 6. Operate in a manner that recognises, respect the significance of the principles of tiriti o Waitangi and the Tui Agreement. Nā reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tata katoa. Hei kona.
Kia ora. Ian?
I've been listening to this debate, and I've heard half the speakers in support say this isn't perfect. We already have a code of conduct, and I actually, if we haven't got this right, we shouldn't be supporting it, and I won't support it.
Kia ora. Anyone else? Well, from me, I think we have got it right. I think, like I've said numerous times, it provides a much better process, especially in Section 3, about how to deal with the complaint process. The fact that we can have an initial assessment saves a lot of time and energy. rather than going straight into an investigation, which is what the current code of conduct sort of forces you to do. So the initial assessment part is the bit that's really the main improvement here. But there is, I would also note that, part 2 of the code sets out all those sort of behaviours that we're trying to help each other with to show care. It does mention the conflict stuff that we're trying to get into this document around your pecuniary and non-pecuniary interests. But ultimately, and then the appendices provide the legislation that we're all bound by anyway, but sets it out there neatly for everybody to understand at a higher level what we're all bound to. But the key thing as part of this code of conduct is the improvement around the process of dealing with complaints. And remember, it's really important to remember that the only people that can make a complaint are councillors. The Chief Executive can do that if required, but it's really a code for us to manage ourselves. And ultimately, the jury is also the council at the end of the process once you go through that initial assessment, any dispute resolution process or an investigation if required. So there's a whole lot of water that goes under the bridge once that happens, but this document sets out a much better process and more support for those involved in the code of conduct than our previous one. And I, for one, would rather have that in place for the remainder of our term than not have it in place. Waiting for the government to do their thing when we don't even know what it's going to be, and any detail about how they're going to treat it, I think is not the right way to go, because that will happen anyway. But for the remainder of our term, and even if that doesn't happen, because not all things happen that are said they're going to happen, this will stand our next council in good stead as well. So I implore you to support this. So let's put that to the vote. So there's the 3 recommendations on our screen. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against?
Aye.
That was an aye for Councillor Cranwell, I'm assuming. Yep.
Tickets out.
Yep. Now, do we need a division?
Yes,
Okay.
division.
Okay, let's have the fun division thing. That'll help us find the numbers here.
Councillor Mackenzie,
Against.
Councillor Edge,
Against.
Deputy Chair Swiggs,
For.
Councillor Cranwell,
Aye, Tautoko out.
Councillor Sunkel,
For.
Councillor Robinson,
Against.
Councillor Diche,
Against.
Chair Pauling,
For.
Councillor Davies,
For.
Councillor Karako,
Aye, for.
Councillor Mackay, Councillor Ward,
For.
Councillor East,
Against.
Councillor Scott,
For.
Councillor Burns,
For.
Councillor Southworth,
For.
So the votes were 11-5, which is normally a pass, but in this case it didn't reach the supermajority, so it's not carried. Cool. Awesome. Cool. All good. Let's move on. 8.3 on our agenda. This is elections, order of names. Yep, cool, good. We just will have a slight intro to this paper. So I'm going to call Lisa again up to the table on 8.3, just so everyone understands where we're at. But yeah, I'll take that movement in a moment. Joe.
Well, this is a fairly straightforward paper, so I think I'll take any questions.
Cool. Any questions, Dion? No? You move it? Okay. Moved by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Swiggs. You got a question? Okay, all good. Been second. Do you want to start the debate, Joe? No? Happy? Dion, do you want to speak? No? Nick, do you want to speak? All good? No, you don't have to. Yeah, where you go.
Oh, kia ora. I talk all this, and particularly, are we going to the actual options?
Oh, we're just into the debate, so it's really...
Okay.
Go for it.
I think looking at local elections, and this is an unfortunate kind of situational scenario, is that when you look at the percentage of electorates of voters that actually vote in the local government elections, it's actually quite low. And then particularly when you actually bring that down again, I mean, you've got the city council, then you've got regional council. And when people get to the regional council one, they tend to kind of possibly not know the potential candidates. And basically they just look in some ways, and they look at the first name and then bang, because they don't know them. So that's why in option 3, at least, the order of names of candidates is determined randomly so that it's not done alphabetically. And so that's my whakaro around actually supporting this, but in option 3. Thanks.
Cool. Thanks, Nick. Anyone else wish to speak? Nick? Yeah, he's just supporting it. It's good.
That was the point I wanted to raise around option 3 when you have the surname starting with W. It's
W for loser.
Yeah.
Can't spell either.
Yeah. It would be good if they were in a random order.
Cool. And that's what we're voting on. Cool. Anyone else wish to speak?
Yeah. The only thing I would say is just around, because obviously our ballots are attached to our territories as well, and if they choose the random, I'm sure that our team will have the tests in place to test it in that system so that is fully functional.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe. So let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. And now we'll go to 8.4, Revenue and Financing Policy Review. And Dave Mills, our General Manager of Finance and Assurance, is going to introduce this report. Welcome, Dave.
Kia ora, Chair. I'll just take this as read, noting that it is actually a recommendation from one of your subcommittees, Chair, to this council.
Any questions for Dave around this? Yeah, and like Dave's mentioned, that it comes from the Strategy and Policy Committee on the 5th of March, if we remember back that far. So any other questions, or just put it to the vote? You're going to move it, Dion? Cool, thank you. And Claire's going to second it. Thank you. You want to speak to it? No? Anyone else want to speak to it? Yeah, Vicky?
Yeah, so I was really keen to see it come back to the new council when it's formed. Having looked at some of this, I realised there's actually some quite big differences between some of the finance policy that we have in at this council compared with some of the other regional councils, such as, for example, around the percentage and it's something that we've consulted on for our annual plan, but around the amount of general rate and the amount of user pays for consenting, for example. Some councils have 90 or even 100% coming from user pays for that, whilst ours sits at between 60 and 80%. I know that some of the regional councils more recently have gone to 90% targeted rate for public transport and 10% general rate. So it's perhaps reflecting some thinking around climate emissions, the fact that if you come into town, you can use your public transport and so on. And so what I would actually really like to see, rather than trying to get some sort of consensus from councillors around what topics they might want to look at, actually have something where we're looking at what have other regional councils changed where they have gone through a review process, because I know a couple have in recent years. Where is there some disparity between what we have here and other councils, so that we, councillors get a sense of where changes might go and then can reflect and think about whether that is something that would be more suited to this region as well. So I really support that point 3 in particular, bringing this back, but I think with a bit of structure to it, not just a sort of like, hey guys, what do you think at the start of a new term, and see if we can land on something. Kia ora.
Thanks, Councillor Southworth. Anyone else wishing to speak to this? No? Let's put it to the vote. Or Councillor Swiggs, do you want to have the right reply? No? All good?
No, I fully actually support, but there's one other thing that I'd just say in the debate will be that when we bring it back to the council in the next term, is to understand what the trigger points could be, and to have some structure around trigger points around what may change or review the policy. And one of the big ones that I do have in the back of my mind is the RMA reform. That will change the basis of how our council operates in potentially the near future. So what are those trigger points, and getting ahead of those so that we don't react and be slow on some of those uptakes would be quite useful. So that's a good conversation for us to have in the next council, whoever is around the table.
Thank you. Let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. So we'll move on to 8.5. And this is our Greater Christchurch Public Transport Fare Change, and it's Thomas. Kia ora, Thomas. So Thomas is our Manager of Customer Experience and Marketing in the Public Transport team. So welcome along, and hand over to you to introduce this report. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I'll take the paper as read, but have a couple of notes to highlight. Firstly, the fares outlined in this paper are consistent with the December 11 decision that Council made. So from a staff perspective, this paper is really all about enabling us to operationally deliver what was agreed on in a previous meeting, and we've based it all on the intention of that meeting. So that's why this paper is not revisiting the rationale for the fare changes, as Council made an informed decision in December. I should highlight that the treatment of the tertiary concession is one element where we have changed the details from the briefing in March. So from further analysis, we see that to make sure it's a seamless, we're phasing out the tertiary concession. So to make it seamless from a finance and customer perspective, we've aligned it to the youth fare rather than the child fare. Just wanted to highlight. So that includes not removing cash. So we'll be keeping the cash fare in July in this proposal, and we will not be making any changes to the transfer rules in July. So as some context on the transfer rules, what was proposed in the workshops last year was that when we have the national ticketing solution, which has tag on and tag off functionality, we could better enforce our policy for transfers. And the purpose of transfer is to enable customers to get from A to B, origin to destination, only paying once. So currently with the MetroCard, customers can get a return trip. That's not the policy in the Regional Public Transport Plan. So happy to take more questions on that though. So the initial indication finance-wise of those overs and unders is that they net out. So it's not a significant difference in terms of annual plan discussions coming up. And happy to take questions.
Thank you, Thomas. Questions, councillors? Thomas, I think. Yep. Councillor Southworth.
Just in terms of getting rid of tertiary student fare, and it's not actually much less than adult fare. And similarly for some of the youth and everybody, in fact, are we going to do anything, or could we do something around flagging the community service card entitlement to have one of those, and when? Because I know when we did the tertiary student fare, brought this in before, it was said that actually quite a lot of tertiary students could actually apply for a community service card, but most or many don't know that. And I think having, so I went to a workshop fairly recently, and I was pleased to see actually, I think someone from Environment Canterbury there, staff, on double energy vulnerability, and people who are struggling to pay for heating, for food, also really struggle to afford their transport costs. And, for those who don't have a car, then even short trips now are going to cost them that bit more. And so I think if we're able to somehow put something in place to say, check your eligibility for community service cards, that's your cheapest fare option. That people should need to know that that's an option for them and to know to apply. So can we do that? Could we put something in to make sure that that's really flagged and give some indication about that?
Through the chair, yes, we absolutely can. It's part of the Māori Move transition, but given this change in approach, we can bring that forward to July. We have had an initial discussion with UCSA. They have highly aligned in terms of the benefits of the community service card are much broader than this concession. So they're also wanting to really put a spotlight on this. We have a meeting with them in 2 weeks, and we'll work through the nuts and bolts of what we can do for July and beyond.
And ensuring that we talk to Ara and Lincoln as well.
Thank you. Any other questions? Just the transfer rule thing, Thomas. So just to clarify, so there is an intention that the transfer in the same direction is enabled through the system. So if you have to change a route, for example, to carry on in the same direction, but it's just the not getting a return trip. Is that correct? Or have I picked that up right?
Correct. Yeah. So there's no proposal to remove the 2-hour transfer window. It's just, as you say, just tightening up the application of the policy.
Yep.
And there's no change in July.
Cool. Thank you. So let's put this up. The resolutions. Do I have a mover? Councillor Swiggs, thank you, and Councillor Sunkel to second. Thank you. Do you want to speak to this, Councillor Swiggs?
No, this is just a process. It's unfortunate that NTS is delayed to be able to implement this. I'm still grumpy about the potential targets from central government. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more clarity on that shortly, but we do need to push on with this and give some clarity around this for our communities.
Thanks, Dale. Councillor Sunkel, do you want to speak now?
I'd simply reiterate the words of Councillor Swiggs.
Yeah, Councillor Southwood.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sad, I suppose, to see that really low fares are coming up. I understand the pressure to do that, but I do know that also transport's an essential, and people are really struggling. And we're coming into winter knowing that it's quite likely our power bills are going up, and people have been struggling with power bills for years. And really to the point about that 2-hour turnaround, moving to a point where we're excluding people being able to take a few stops, go to the supermarket, pick up some heavy items, come back on the bus. And now it's going to potentially, that will cost substantially more than what they're currently paying. You might be paying $1 to get to and from the supermarket, and now they'll be looking at potentially, if they're even on a community service card, looking at $3. It's like 3 times as much as what they've paid to do that short trip. And so I am concerned about that, and I hadn't really had a big think about the implications of that because I was focused on the numbers around the fares. But I think actually those short trips for people, not least because we want to encourage people to use public transport for shorter trips, keep cars off the road. And so I feel like that's potentially got a really unintended consequences that are not beneficial. And I don't think the majority of people even use that. But for those that do, it's actually a significant opportunity that they can do something quite quickly and cheaply on public transport. Sorry, I just realised, Thomas, I thought we were in debate now.
Oh, yes.
I'm looking at Thomas and thinking, hang on a minute, sorry.
Okay. Thomas was just really engaged in the debate, weren't you, Thomas? That's all.
Sorry.
Oh, good. Sorry.
Anyway,
My mistake.
so yes, I'm now realise I'm concerned about those short trip options, turnarounds, and I don't know what we can do about that now. But I'd like to flag that I have that concern, and if we can think about that again, that'd be great.
Cool. Councillor Burns.
Kia ora. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I came in on the bus this morning, the number 3. I'd just like to say, extremely well patroned. I was going to say patronised. I know. Yeah. A lot of people on the bus this morning. Really good service, I'd just like to say. Currently, too, I'm actually quite thankful I've managed to keep all my $2 coins because as I rushed out the door, I suddenly thought, Christ, I haven't got my Metro card with me. It turned out I did, but the fact that you could bring a Goldie with you was kind of good. And I know we've made the decision to get rid of cash when the Motu move comes through, but I just would reiterate that Councillor Southworth just said, there's going to be massive impacts for a lot of people who use the bus as far as the cost goes. But we also know in some of those areas, especially that currently are in the ward that I serve, well done. And I'd just like to say we have a fantastic public transport system. Yes, it could be a lot better. And certainly, hopefully central government get the message that the way forward is to support and ensure that certainly our major cities, and we are now the second largest city in the country, well supported by an extremely good public transport system. Thank you.
Kia ora, Greg. Anyone else wish to speak? Dion, do you want to write a reply? No, we're good. Just reiterating what Greg has said then. I think we made some really good decisions in December around this, so this is a bit of a tidy up around the Motu move work that's been a bit delayed. But really still looking forward to that and acknowledge all the work of staff to get that in place. Again, it's not perfect, but I think we've made some really good decisions here, and I think we're seeing that in the way people are increasing the patronage on our buses, especially over the last few years, and looking forward to that to continue. And I agree, Greg, be good to see central government really seeing that, especially within Christchurch here in the second largest city in the country, and what we did the other day with the Route 7 uplift and celebrating that was a good way to acknowledge that. So just thanks to everyone for the work. So let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. We're going to move on to 9.1 now, and that's our resolution status report. It's on page 87. David, kia ora, David, who's Te Pou Headinga, our Director of Ngāi Tahu Māori Relations and the Office of the CE. So thank you, David, if you need to introduce it, but it's pretty self-explanatory, but there you go. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I'll take the report as read and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from councillors on this? Yep.
Thank you.
Sorry, Claire, and then Deal. Yep. There you go, Claire.
Sorry, through you, Chair. Just with regard to 8.2 on page 89, number 2, where we've endorsed the proposal to undertake the Section 35 Resource Management Act around the Waitaki, and it's down here as complete. Now, ORC, of course, didn't endorse that recommendation from the working group, so I'm just wondering if you've got anything to update us with there, or is it perhaps something that is more a question that I should be asking tomorrow's briefing?
I can hand. I think we do need to come back, and there is a briefing scheduled on this to come back and update now that Otago did do a different decision, so we do need to do a bit of work around it. I'm happy to let you speak to it too, Peter.
I'm just to update you that we have met since then as a group.
The working group.
And I think we've got a meeting next Monday again, possibly. But it would be good to have an update in terms of where we're at with that, because I think there is some stuff to fall out of that yet.
Yeah, cool. And I know one of the resolutions that Otago did make was to have a wider hui on the matter too, so that will be something that I'm keen to follow up with, but keen to hear from the staff in the interim as well, so that will be happening. I think, is it next week? I think it is. Yeah, so we'll find out a bit more next week. But obviously, yeah, you're right. This is a bit out of sync, but obviously at the time of our decision, that was correct. But
Did you get I sent you that email that I sent you about the hui, and so it's just about who and where and how. And so they're pretty keen on it also.
Cool. Thank you.
Sorry, David.
Yeah, Dion, you had a question.
I've got two questions. The first one will be in relation to page 90, point number 7, the subsidiary loan, and that kind of touches into the next resolution, which was nearly 6 months ago, around the further advice and the funding for wilding conifers. Where are we at with that? I was down in that part of the world over the last week, and it's quite a big problem.
I'll need to call on the Director of Operations to assist with regard to the loan, the financing for wildings.
Kia ora koutou, councillors. Through the chair, so there's been various meetings, and I'll also look to, Councillor Ward if you'd like to add any additional comments to this, with both senior officials and with the Minister for Primary Industries, who's responsible for the National Wilding Conifer Program. And you'll also recall that there's been a bunch of letters that have been sent to relevant ministers as well. We've had responses on those. The common theme in those responses is deal with Minister Hoggard as the minister responsible for the Wilding Conifer Program. In terms of additional funding, you know that we've had some ad hoc additional funding which we've brought to council, including the International Visitor Levy funding and a small amount of funding from LINZ as well for our program here in Canterbury. But in terms of additional new government funding, the very simple message is not anytime soon. Yep. Do you want to add anything to that, Councillor Ward?
No, I'll just reiterate what you've said, Stephen, that there's not any additional funding, and the conversation that I had with Minister Hoggard previously was that it'll be what we received last year, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, bad news, but thanks for the update. The other one I've got here is another one that's been on the resolution track for over 5 months now, which is on page 91. The PC8, Plan Change 8. Have we got any update about where those conversations are with the ministry or anything, so we can just have some visibility on potentially where we go from there? Because January 2026 is only 7 months away, and we've already been waiting 5 months.
Through you, Chair. Thank you very much, Councillor Swiggs. Staff have engaged with the Ministry for the Environment. They sought a memo, which we have provided to them, and we are awaiting a response. We have an intention to brief the Council, and we will brief as soon as we have that response.
All good.
We'll wait with bated breath on it.
We will. Any other questions on the resolution status report? Yeah, Ian?
Yeah, I just had a question about the public transport private revenue share. We resolved at the last council meeting effectively not to take instructions from the Transport Association, but to have a more conservative approach to putting up our fares. Has there been any response from Whakakapi as to our approach on this?
Maybe Giles can help us. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. We have submitted the targets to Whakakapi. They asked for detailed supporting information to provide a rationale for why we set the targets, or why Council agreed the targets that they did, which were obviously considerably lower than those proposed and lower than NZTA were keen for us to adopt, as we talked about at the meeting. We have not had any further correspondence with them, but we are currently in the process of developing the plans that will support the achievement of those targets, noting that, as we mentioned in the decision paper, there are a number of key assumptions that underpin those.
So if I just get that absolutely clear in my mind, they asked us for a memo justifying our position. We provided that information, and we haven't heard back from them since.
Thanks, Ian. Any other questions on the resolution report? No? If not, let's put the resolution up. And that's the note the status. And thanks for the questions, councillors. That's good. Note the status of the previous resolutions. Here it comes. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Edge. Any seconder? Councillor Ward. Thank you. Anyone wants to speak? No. Let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Let's move to 9.2, and this is our previous committee activity and minutes section. And we've got some minutes here from, we've been having really regular regulation hearing committee meetings, so you can see that every week at the moment. There's lots on the go, but so lots of work going on with the team around resource consent hearings, etc. So that's them there. They're all in the papers. I don't know if Claire, as the chair, wants to say anything, but you happy?
No, just you're quite right that there has been quite a number of consents coming through the process, and several of them obviously from the lag from the prior to 23 coming through, and a lot of those were notified. So yeah, staff have been quite busy bringing them to us, and with us making decisions around there. So
thank you, Claire. So if we're happy, can we move that?
I'll move that.
Thank you, Claire. Councillor East seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? No. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Let's move on to just before lunch. Let's get this done, the report from the chair. So 9.3, and that's on page 110. So, yeah, as you can see, since our last meeting, in particular, the RM reforms is obviously a major topic for us, and we've been doing our own internal work looking at those reforms. We've obviously really well supported by our staff who've been doing a lot of work on the RM system for a long time, but in particular over the last while. So we're well engaged, we're well informed about the changes, some of those impacts for us. Proactive work to understand how to make good statements going forward and contribute to the process and influence it. Obviously, the RM reforms do have are some major changes potentially for not only our regional council but also district councils, in fact. The way we do planning, consenting, compliance, monitoring, enforcement, etc. But we're all trying to take them and look at them and look at a positive way going forward. And you can see there we've done our own briefings received from staff. We've actually shared that. There was a public briefing we've shared with others. We did a briefing to the Mayoral Forum as well. And we also discussed that with other regional chairs. And we have offered that same briefing to the Papatipu Runanga as well. But the key thing is we shared a live stream link to that briefing so that others can watch it and understand some of the key issues. But I think, yeah, we are well positioned to engage with the government on this and with others to try and put forward some good workable solutions to things. Obviously, public transport's big on our agenda, and we've had a lot of issues on that lately, but the Route 7 uplift event we had the other morning was really good. And so there's a lot of good work going on there, and just acknowledge Councillor Davies as the leader, the core service leader for public transport, and the work that you've been doing, and also Councillor Swiggs around that launch event the other day. Anything else? We're probably keen to hear from Councillor Swiggs about the few trips you've been on and a few events you've been on around economic development. So happy to hand over to you in a second. But you got a question, John?
No, just in I guess the matters of emerging interest. We spoke in council only time around the emergency management bill, and just letting everyone in the room understand that that discussion document has been out with reasonably tight timelines. The officers of the Canterbury Group are preparing our response. They've had those conversations at a national level and across the country, and then some of us have fed back in. They will have a tentative submission on that process out middle of next week, and it will go to the joint chairs, the mayors and joint committee on the 12th of Monday, the 12th, just to sign off on where we think it might be at. One of the challenges in it is how do we balance national direction against subsidiarity and the fact that civil defence starts on a street corner or a riverbank at a local level. So balancing through the 11 or 13 questions of where we believe central national direction is worthy and where we believe control needs to be more at the coalface in some of those questions. So that's just a brief summary of what's there.
Thanks, John. Just before we go on, just noting that we've only got a couple of minutes left and there's a few other discussions to have. So just do a little motion to extend our time upon 2 hours. Greg, moved by Greg, seconded by Genevieve. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you. Okay, where you go, Greg.
I've just got a question for either yourself, Councillor Karakia, or Councillor Robinson. Can anyone give me a bit of an update on the progress of the regional biodiversity strategy?
Yeah, I think workshop 2 is coming up for the stakeholders in the end of May. I attended the workshop 1 that was here in the building, more of as an observer. It was pretty good. Lots of community members in the room. But let Nook and Genevieve speak to it as well.
Not a huge amount has happened yet. I've got a meeting with staff, as has Councillor Karakia, in, I think is it next week, I think, or the week after, just before the next workshop event, which will have a bit more momentum, I'd say, from that moment. As I said, Craig attended the first one. I couldn't the first one, but the next one I will. Nook, I'm not sure if you've got anything to add.
Good. I'll go to David East and then come back to you.
Just noting under attendance at events, bullet point 1, I also attended the South Island Agricultural Field Days.
There's a paper for the Strategy and Policy Committee on the 14th of May on the CBS.
Just noting that the Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy is going to be at the S&P meeting on the 14th as well. So, Vicky?
That's
sorry
precisely
about
what I was about to say. So
okay, cool. And just acknowledging that, David, sorry that's not mentioned there, but thanks for noting that. And just also on page 113, at the top of the page, it should be Canterbury Water Management Strategy rather than Canterbury Wastewater Management Systems. So just acknowledging that. Thank you. Anyone else? Sorry. No.
I also attended the agricultural show out at. Sorry. Oh, it is there. Okay. Just supporting it, and supporting Councillor East and also Councillor Swiggs and also Councillor Scott. Actually, at that, I never realised how big that thing was. Yeah, and all others, but I never realised how big that show was actually. Horata. Yeah, and it was good to see Environment Canterbury there as well. Well located and a lot of interest actually. Thanks.
Cool. Anyone else? Dion.
I'll just wait till the end. I've been pretty busy as well, and doing some things on behalf of the chair as well. On the 3rd of April, myself and Councillor Davies attended the meeting with Christchurch City Council Mayor Dan Gordon from Waimakariri and Mayor Sam Borton from Selwyn District. There was a delegation in town talking about trackless trams. The Mayor of Christchurch would quite like to have one in the city. And to trial it and see how it works. But it's a perfect opportunity to kind of think about how we deliver MRT in the future. From what I could see, it would be the perfect kind of solution to the MRT, or potentially something along those lines. It was really interesting. The delegation gave the mayors a nice trackless tram model. It was about that long, and they didn't give the regional council one. And I said to them, regional council is the one that actually does the public transport. And they look at me and go, oh, right. They were kind of embarrassed. But yeah, it's just the way that I think Chinese delegations operate. There was the Route 7 uplift. We've talked about that again. Thanks to the chair and Councillor Davies for that. That was really good, and it's very. I wasn't aware that it's the only uplift for PT services in the country. It's the only actual uplift, which is great that we've got that in Canterbury. It shows that we are working on it, and the comments from NZTA about that were really important here. Is that the business case was good for it. So I'd like to acknowledge the staff that have put that time in to get that business case done. There was a whole lot of other stuff. The Canterbury Regional Economic Summit was really interesting. I attended that on behalf of the chair and spoke about our river resilience or flood resilience, which Councillor Mackenzie is leading a lot of conversations on. Shane Jones, the conversation I had with him afterwards, was very appreciative to have a face-to-face conversation about it, and that's where the invitation came to attend the Regional Economic Summit for the Chathams. I brought that back, and the opportunity arose to go over there to talk, to be just as part of Canterbury Regional Council, to be there. I think it was really symbolic more than anything else just to be there alongside the Chatham Islands and the government and a whole lot of other people for the Regional Economic Summit there. They've got some real challenges in terms of energy infrastructure and transport infrastructure resilience. There's a lot of work going on with different agencies to try and do good for the Chathams. We'll just leave it at that. But it was a very good 32-hour travel for 5 hours on the island. I was very wide-eyed by the end of it. Some Red Bull helped on the flight back. South Island Agricultural Field Days. I've never seen Councillor Karakia so excited by a big box that he had when we were walking in. It was what was it that you bought? Was it a mincer? He's going to get all that power from the around the place and mince it up. I don't know. It's absolutely fantastic. Massive box. Some good deals to be made. Good work. I think you should. Yeah, I'm gonna. There's just one other thing that wasn't on the list was the regional the regional sector chairs. I attended that on behalf of the chair as well. I just wanted to bring some visibility to the changes to the RMA that are coming through. The regional sectors across the country are trying to come together to look at how the CME function could be delivered. In the RMA reforms, they're looking at doing a parallel process, and it's very pleasing to see that the sector is trying to take the reins there and bring that together to do something positive in that change. So just wanted to bring that out as well. But thanks for all the opportunities to do work on your behalf as well. It's good.
Thanks, Dion. John?
If I could just formally thank our engagement team for the work they did do at the field days. The engagement team, we had planners, we had policy, we had consents, we had rivers, we had biodiversity. The questions that should be and can be with the folk that were involved in the engagement that was had. So if I could just have that noted, and my thanks at what we did achieve on that day. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Zunkel. Any others, Grant?
Just picking up on Councillor Swig's conversation with regarding river resilience or resilience. Was that really about infrastructure? Was that the focus of your talk, was about the ability of national infrastructure being at risk because of lack of investment? Or
the conversation was more aligned to what we've got in terms of a bid to the Regional Infrastructure Fund for the specific projects that we have here in Canterbury. But it was an opportunity to provide the Minister with a bit more of a bigger picture about how it's important to the economic, because we're talking about economic development there. So I was trying to tie it into specifically around our region, economic development opportunities, that if you do protect our, the assets that we have around the place, that we can move forward in that.
I mean, that's good. I mean, the South Island regional transport chairs have that same focus across the whole of the South Island in terms of our issues related to resilience. And Canterbury is obviously an important part of that, but extending that whole resilience thing in terms of transport next time you meet would be good.
Yeah, and we are doing that with the Canterbury Regional Transport Committee as well, as you know, Grant, looking at transport across the whole districts and the region. So and trying to link that to public transport investment as well. So I think that the message has been really well received from our mayors, and they've actually been pushing that with government as well about getting the right share of funding to the region for transport across the board, public transport, and for our roads and bridges, and that does relate to the rivers, like you've said. So kia ora, thank you. Thanks, everybody. So if there's no further questions, and thanks, John, for acknowledging what you did as well around the field days, let's put the resolution up on the screen. Do I have a mover for this? John, thank you, and Councillor Ward. So Councillor Sunkel, Councillor Ward. Any discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. And let's have break for lunch. Let's come back at 1:10. Thank you. Gonna. Yep. Oh yeah. Sorry.
Yes.
Kia ora koutou. I'm just going to restart our meeting now. Back after lunch. So our next part of the agenda is to move to public excluded. So can I have a mover, Councillor Sunkel and Councillor Davies, seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Just to move into public excluded. So that's good. So I think all the right staff are in the room. So thank you. Yep.
Yep, we're live.
Oh, we're back live? Okay, welcome back. The last bit of our meeting is to talk about our next meeting, which is the 28th of May, 2025. And we'll close the meeting now. I think we opened it this morning at RH to close it unless anyone else. Whakakapi. Ka pai. O kia ora tātou, he karakia whakakapi o tātou nei hui. Unuhia ki te uru tapu nui o tāne, kia wātea, kia māma, tēnākou, te tinana, te waireo i te arataka tū, koe rā e rongo, whakairiaki ki runga kia tīna, haumie, huie, tāe ki e. Kia ora koutou.